Warman. The views, information, and opinions expressed during the following program are solely those of the individuals involved and do not necessarily represent the views of Access Communications, its representatives, or its employees.
Hello and welcome to the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic inside the Warman Home Center Communiplex. I am Daniela Ponticelli alongside Holly Warniak, and we are broadcasting live all weekend long. Yes, 3 days of cheerleading and dance and everything in between. 3 days all live on Access Now Sports. I'm so excited to get going, Holly. We talk about how big this competition is. It is the biggest in Saskatchewan, and this year more than 2,500 athletes across 5 provinces. And Holly, you were there in the days when this started out at a high school. You've really seen it grow.
Yeah, it's been awesome to watch it grow year over year and just get bigger and bigger. And coming back after COVID, seeing it kind of get back to the glory it was before all of that has been awesome to see. And just seeing Warman Cheer Classic being able to offer world's bids at the level that they're able to has been just awesome to watch.
That's the other thing. We talk about how large this is. It is a large scale, but there's also so much at stake, including those world's bids. Without going into all of the detail, because we'll bring it up as the performances happen, as the routines go, but what exactly does that mean overall?
So world's bids, you can have 2 options of a partial paid or an at-large. Both means that you get your ticket stamped to be able to go to Disney World in Orlando and compete at Worlds. Warman Cheer Classic is offering both cheer and dance world bids this year.
Wonderful.
So you'll get a little bit of cash in your pocket towards your trip, because it can be quite pricey, or you just get your ticket to be able to go, and then you got to fundraise.
I love this. We're seeing some shots right now just inside the Warman Home Center Communiplex, and of course there's some fans already seated. It's only going to get busier and busier throughout the weekend. The stage is all set. Holly was gracious enough to give me a bit of a tour of this facility. It's massive. We'll talk about that too. There's a whole practice side for those who haven't been here. There's so much happening here. And let's talk quickly about the diversity of these routines that we're going to see. We're actually starting with a hip-hop number, and that's just one example.
Yeah, so tonight we're going to see a kind of a little bit of everything. Some dance, some cheer, some individual tumbling routines, as well as partner stunts and group stunts. So you kind of get to see aspects of every little thing that we'll see throughout the whole weekend.
It's incredible. It really is. Like, I can't show you this. You won't see it on screen, but the sheer number of routines we're going to see tonight, just under 80, right? 80, and then some of those will be repeated tomorrow. That's what's great about the 3-day competition. You get a chance to do your routines twice. Not all categories, which we will talk about as well, but that is fantastic. And what benefit does that give you then, Holly?
So you get 2 kind of cracks at it to be able to show the judges that if you hit everything on day 1, won. It wasn't kind of just an accident.
Fluke, yeah.
Yeah, you get to do it again, and your scores get averaged between the 2 days, and then you see where you kind of shake out in the standings in the end.
And I love this. We're also getting a quick little snapshot of that practice space that I mentioned earlier. That is on the other side of the room, I guess, that we're in. I'll call it that. It's a massive, massive space here, and it's so wonderfully laid out for all of the competitors to go through and do that. As you said, not only having a great routine day one, I've been there when you have that off day to start. So it is always great to have that second routine to really make it stick, to make it count, and then you average out. I do believe we're going to be getting set up soon. Again, it's so wonderful to be back in the competitive cheerleading realm. I personally did cheerleading I feel like it was forever ago, was in the 2000s, which does feel like quite a while ago. So much has changed. And Holly, you've also cheered. You've been to Worlds,
yes,
which is fantastic, so you can talk about that too. And I mean, what was your biggest takeaway from your time in cheerleading?
Honestly, it was just the confidence that you learn kind of putting these routines together, the friendships. I have friends all over the world now that I'll have forever, and it just teaches you kind of commitment and being able to stick to something, because if you don't show up, your team can't practice to their full ability. So it teaches you a lot of great life skills.
So much discipline and so much time devoted to these routines. It doesn't just happen overnight. Before Holly and I came on air, I even joked about back in the palm days, sometimes you'd spend a whole practice just learning how to make a letter with your palms. I think people are probably a little bit faster with it now, but we are actually going to get started. No more reminiscing. We're going to get to the present right now, and taking the stage is the Aiden Bowman Collegiate Bears, their senior hip-hop group. And they're getting set up here to open up the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. An incredible routine to get things going here. Great energy from the Aiden Bowman Collegiate Bears. This is their senior hip-hop. Now, as with every routine throughout the weekend, we will be able to see an instant replay, which actually the teams get to see themselves as well in the practice area. So we'll get started here, Holly.
Yeah, no, they had a lot of great attitude, which is what you want to see in a hip-hop
There you go.
routine.
Yeah, that's a great example of it.
And a lot of really intricate choreography that they were able to pull off really well, very sharp and well timed together.
And I also really enjoyed, obviously the formation changes are important, but they give you those visual moments, and there was a great visual moment that we saw where they were all lined up quite nicely and then peeled out. So that was always great to see.
Yeah, no, they did a really great job. It's always hard being the first team out on the first day of competition, but I think they set the tone really well there.
And so now we're going to get set. The next team out will be the Yorkton, well, from Yorkton, I should say, Gritters Cheerleading, the under-8 pom team. So that's exciting. But yeah, so we're going to see a bit of hip-hop. Holly and I were chatting as well before the broadcast about some of the aspects of hip-hop that get judged obviously by the judges panel, and that includes everything from those level changes to the formations to the use of space, those attitudes. Facials in cheerleading is everything, the synchronicity. So Aiden Bowman will certainly have a chance to look back, gather their thoughts, and regroup ahead of their repeat performance tomorrow.
Yeah, that is the fun thing about a day 2 competition, where you can definitely be able to see what you did on day 1. Maybe there was a misstep here or there. You get to come back the next day and perfect it and just come out and give it even harder on day 2.
And actually what you can see on screen right now is that replay that they get to watch. I believe they get the real-time replay, right? Yes, so they get a chance to look at that. So we're getting set for Gritters Cheerleading formation with their shiny orange palms, I do believe, and they have the big G on their chests, Superman style. So excited to get going. We've seen them running around full of energy here at Warman Cheer Classic. What a great Palmer team to get things going. Gritters Cheerleading formation, under-8 Palm team. They're running off. I loved the energy, Holly.
They had great energy throughout, and for that age, it is a little bit tricky sometimes to kind of keep that smile on your face when the nerves, I'm sure, are just kicking in, but they just look like they were having so much fun.
And what I was most impressed by, and you can see it here in some of these clips, is their motions. Very strong and all quite crisp and level, even their Ks, their Ts. That is a challenge, as you said, with this age group. It's all about those fundamentals, and if you can get all of them to hit those Ts at the same level, that is a win.
Yeah, no, definitely. You can tell the coaches there are doing a great job with that program.
And Gritters, we will certainly be seeing many of their various teams throughout the competition. They are from Yorkton, so they made the trip, obviously. As always, they've got some even younger competitors later on this evening that are very excited to get going here in Warman. And Palm is its own specialty, Holly. I know you told me you're not really a dancer. That wasn't your jam, but you can respect, of course, the athleticism and the finesse that you need for Palm.
Definitely. It takes a lot of technique, some of which I did not have as a dancer in the cheer section. But it takes a lot of extra practices that they need to get those turns and those kicks and stuff, everything all nice.
And now we get set for Danny and Brooke Open Duo Level 2 from Prairie Fire Cheerleading.
Hello, 911. It's Brooke and Danny. You're setting the stage on fire.
That's Danny and Brooke Open Duo from Prairie Fire Cheerleading. They're based out of Saskatoon. Gosh, doing a two-person routine, there's so much involved. The synchronicity aspect is so important. Everything has to be so perfectly executed and well-timed. And there were some good moments of that. Of course, Danny and Brooke will have a look at it and take it from there. Now, open duos don't get that second go at it again.
Correct, yeah, no, they kind of have their one opportunity. Warman Cheer Classic has always had these kinds of opportunities, which is always fun because you can kind of, with your best friend, you can create a little routine to do together. But no, they get one opportunity to kind of show their level skills, so all of those backhand swings and stuff that you would have seen in there, as well as kind of just a little bit of dance, but routines are much shorter and need to be way more in sync.
Very, very quick. But Danny and Brooke, way to open up that duo category. And you know what? They had fun. I loved it. You could tell that friendship and closeness there. So up next from Bonnyville, Alberta is Premier Academy Bonnyville. Hadley, it's a under 6 individual. Have a look. Just make sure you're all set up in the right place, and I think she's ready to go now. Way to go, Hadley. Under 6 indie routine from Premier Academy in Bonnyville, Alberta. I promise I'll get my words right. What a great routine. I loved her energy. And you know what? That takes a lot of guts, right? To get out there on a big stage, a raised platform at that, Holly, and you get to show up and show off all your skills.
And she did a great job. I always love watching the young ones, but she was great in her technique and all of her level 1 skills. And this skill right there, super tricky. And she was just phenomenal.
And then there's that moment she finally just lets loose and smiles. It's, again, I remember the nerves on competition day, and when you have your team, that's one thing. To do it all alone is something else. So now we take a little peek backstage. Danny and Brooke, of course, having a look at their duo. But up next, we're getting ready for Marion Graham Collegiate, their senior hip-hop team. They're coming out with so much fire right now. This is a nice, large team, of course. Every group size offers something different, but love to see nice large groups here performing as well.
Back home, this is illegal.
awesome.
An incredible performance from the Marion Graham Collegiate Senior Hip Hop Group. Holly, there's a lot to break down, but I was trying to keep count of how many ripples I saw. I love those. I'll never get tired of that visual, but that toe touch off the hop we just saw there was just so well executed, and the synchronicity from top to bottom was fantastic.
That was a really fun transition to watch. It was kind of like a, oh wow, kind of a surprise moment.
And again, the attitude, right? That's what you want to see, and we're getting some great visuals as we get closer up, and you certainly want that to reach the back of the building. That's where Holly and I are actually from the stage, and we could feel it. But you need that all the way through, and Marion Graham certainly delivered that great first performance. There were some minor things that they can certainly tweak and prep for tomorrow, but of course, that's what it's all about. Let's take a quick look now. Channel Performance Under 8 Palm Squad is getting ready. Great performance from Channel Performance Under 8 Palm. And Holly, one of the toughest things when you have a small group is that diversity of movement, and I did really appreciate there were some great moments in that routine, especially the circling motions, just being creative.
Yeah, it's definitely a little trickier to kind of use the floor, which will be something the judges are looking for, that they didn't stay in one spot. And with a small group like that, it's tricky, but they did a really good job.
Yeah, they started out back, moved forward, and there were some great smiles. That little cheerleader especially was all over the smiles. You love to see it. So that's the thing, right? Everyone's excited. It is such a different feel when you're up there on the big stage. We've talked about it. It is a raised platform, which is, Holly, you were just telling me it's exactly how Worlds is.
Yes.
That's exciting too. So really setting the stage, giving it that classy, elevated experience, honestly, both literally and figuratively. We have an up next bulletin here, Northern Cheerleading All-Stars, Central Cheer and Tommy Douglas. That is the order. Northern Cheerleading All-Stars is an under-16 duo of Lila and Maddie, level 2. So that will be up next. And there might just be a slight break here, so we'll keep chatting. Something else to remember too is that the elevated platform isn't necessarily, I mean, I never practiced that in my school, right? So it does have a different feel to it, which is another reason why, again, day 1, day 2 is so important, because just getting a feel of the space is one thing as well.
Yes, definitely. A lot of these athletes won't ever have kind of the opportunity until they're a little bit older to go to Worlds, so it kind of gives them that Worlds, that feel that they get to have like the big kids. And so it's really awesome as well for spectators, because it's a lot easier to see when you're all the way at the back.
Yes.
Maybe someone that's up on stage there. So it's definitely different. There's a little bit more of a bounce to it, but it gives you a little bit more height in some of your tumbling and some of your jumps. So,
which is obviously what tumblers love and fans love to see. So here we go. We're going to have our Northern Cheerleading All-Stars under 16 duo of Lila and Maddie getting set to take the stage. There was an announcement. I may have missed it. Might just need a little extra moment there. That's totally great. A reminder as well, we are broadcasting live on Access Now Sports, and a big thank you to our producer and everyone working behind the scenes to set this up, because Holly and I can't do it ourselves. We just get to enjoy the fun of watching all of these great routines throughout the weekend. And we say weekend, we are going to be here late into the night tonight. Tomorrow it's an early start, about a 12 to 13 hour day, and then Sunday we're back for the final the final day, which I believe starts at 10 a.m. if I'm not mistaken. 10 a.m.
so, yep.
Central. So wherever you're watching from, thank you for joining us. It is such a treat to be here. I've never been to the Warman Cheer Classic. I've heard all about it, and I'm so glad I'm here.
yeah, no, it's a great competition and it's fun to be a part of. And I know for a lot of people at home, sometimes you don't want to make the trip or you can't. So being able to watch on Access is a great way for all of the family members to be able to take in your performances over the weekend.
Now I know, I'm assuming a lot of clubs nowadays are videoing their videoing? Sure. Filming their routines. That was something that was not quite as common back in my day. So, you know, it just develops and makes everyone stronger, and that's another great thing about these competitions. It's a chance to see yourself on the big stage under the bright lights with that competition, with those competition nerves. Did you ever get nervous?
I always got nervous, but as a coach I was always way more nervous than as
Yes.
an athlete, because once they're out there, they're kind of on their own, and you got to just hope that you've prepped them properly and given them enough time and practice.
I will fully agree. I coached high school cheerleading in Manitoba, and then I also coached junior all-stars. It was the name of the category, but basically I would say like under 15s, under 16s.
Yeah,
And I loved it. It was so fun, but I fully agree. The nerves on competition day, I thought it was scary enough making sure my hair and my uniform was all set, making sure your entire team is ready to go is something else. So it's just so exciting, and there's a different kind of energy on a competition day. Like all of a sudden you have to deal with, I have so much adrenaline and it's only 7 a.m.
Yeah,
What am I going to do with that?
Yeah, no, it's definitely a lot different, and I mean, it's something that a lot of gyms and even high schools, younger schools, dance studios, you can't really recreate that in your home space. So it is a lot of fun, and it is way more different to be able to get out here where you've got a crowd, you've got judges, you've got the big lights and the big stage. So it is a lot of fun to be an athlete here.
And another little reminder here, I believe up next is actually Central Cheer, and then it'll be Tommy Douglas Collegiate and Boss Athletics. They are just dealing with some changes on the actual stage. Hey, that's what this is all about. It is a live broadcast after all. And I mentioned off the top that Holly and I are broadcasting live from the Warman Home Center Communiplex. If you're wondering, I haven't heard that name before. Yes, it is a name change from what the center was called previously. So we are in the same building that Warman Cheer Classic has been held for at least the last several years and then some. And it is so great to see it bigger than ever. We talk about this, of course, being the biggest competition in the province, but this is truly the biggest it has ever been. From what I heard, Holly, and you might also have a bit of a scoop on this, people actually had to be turned away because the registration was full.
Yeah, they had to close registration down, which is so awesome to see this many years after COVID. And even last year, some of the seating is even bigger. We can get a little bit closer, a little bit more cozy, and fit more people in. So it's really, really awesome to see it coming back to what it was before, kind of pre-COVID times. So.
And what's intriguing about this is Warman Cheer Classic 2020 did happen, right? Like it was right under the buzzer, and the pandemic hit, and then they did have to cancel 2021. Back again last year, Holly was on the broadcast. You enjoyed great, just phenomenal performances, and now we're back here. So love to see it. Love to see all the teams kind of coming together. I drove up from Regina today, and it was great to see some folks in Davidson making the pit stop as well. I think we're finally getting ready now for the next. All right, so we are going to commence with the Northern Cheerleading All-Stars, Lila and Maddie, as we introduced a little earlier. It's an under 16 duo level 2. Lila and Maddie from Northern Cheerleading All-Stars out of Fort McMurray, Alberta. I can't stop smiling, Holly. They had so much energy, and I wrote great jumps, also really good musicality.
Yes, definitely. They had a great little routine, and it is really hard to kind of fill all of the quote-unquote dead spaces of you're not doing a skill or you're not doing jumps or something like that. And they made great use of the floor and had beautiful technique on all of their level 2 skills here.
And it's just all about those creative touches of making sure, okay, for this pass, we're going to angle it so that you're cutting across diagonally. All of those things are so intentional. Comes down to great coaching, great choreography, and of course, a really good understanding of space in the cheerleading world. And that's where you'll see teams that are good go to elite, right, as we move into some of the bigger teams who are competing. So we are now headed into another individual routine, this one by Ava from Central Cheer out of Winnipeg, an under 12 indie routine.
Great job.
Well, Central Cheer, what an incredible representative. Ava brought it. That was such a clean routine, Holly. That's what was going through my mind the whole time. The jumps, the toe pointing, that split that she just dropped off to start things off. Incredible work, Ava.
Yeah, great technique in all of her level 1 skills, and the other great thing to see was she had a wide selection of level 1 skills where you can only do really front walkovers, back walkovers, cartwheels, and forward rolls, and she had a great different variety of piecing those together, so that was a great routine.
And we can't say enough about how she sold that routine with the facials. That's what we're talking about, the big smiles, also just that attitude that comes with cheerleading. Ava nailed it there. Tommy Douglas Collegiate is up next for a senior hip-hop routine.
The pants are back.
The pants are back. Yeah. I mean, why mess with it if it's working? And what a visual statement they're making, and then just rows and rows and rows of performers. They are dialed in.
It almost seems like they can't get a bigger and bigger squad, but it almost feels like year over year they are able to retain a lot of their dancers as well as bring in new ones.
Well, they came to make a statement, and it certainly is nice and bold, just like those patterns. Love to see it. Tommy Douglas Collegiate Senior Hip Hop, Holly, you mentioned you've seen them many times. I had a chance to see them at Provincials, I believe. They performed there last year too, or competed, I should say, and it just nailed it. They were able to keep things crisp and work together as a unit.
Well, exactly that, the crispness of the movements. There's a lot of intricate things that they're doing here, and to keep everybody, especially a squad that big, all in time, and the attitudes, another phenomenal routine from Tommy Douglas.
And I don't want to talk too much about uniforms, but one thing that I liked about their look is it's simple, it's clean, and it's consistent. It's really nice to see.
Yes, definitely.
Taking a look now, Boss Athletics out of Regina, it's Dazzle, the U18 Pom. U8 Pom, rather. A great routine from Boss Athletics Dazzle. Their U8 Pom team, I think everyone could figure out they're not under 18. Under 8, what a great effort. They came out with a lot of energy. We've talked about that, of course, but more than that, they really worked their palms in a number of different ways. We're seeing it at play right now.
A great routine from them. The thing I love about watching them is they just look like they're having so much fun.
That will always sell me. I'd be the easiest judge to win over. That's why I don't judge. Oh, you were smiling? You're having a good time? 10 out of 10. There's so many, of course. The work that goes into judging is a whole other category unto itself, and there's little deductions and little things here and there. Holly and I are just providing a bit of an overview for those at home, but overall, Boss Athletics Dazzle out of Regina, that was their routine. And up next from Fort McMurray, the Northern Cheerleading All-Stars, Elise and Janae, U16 Duo, Level 2.
So cute.
I love that visual at the end. What a great picture to leave the judges with. That's also something you want to consider, whether you're a duo, an individual, or a team. What a great effort by Elise and Janae, U16 duo from Northern Cheerleading All-Stars.
Yeah, they had a great routine with a lot of really clean level 2 skills.
And I see the singing and I love it.
That's the thing about these duos. A lot of this is in a cheerleading routine that's 2.5 minutes long. You're going to have moments to breathe. You don't really get that when you're doing kind of these tumbling routines, whether you're an indie or you're doing a duo routine. So you have to have a lot of energy.
A minute feels very long in these circumstances because, as you said, Holly, you have to fill every second. And that's certainly what Elise and Janae did. Very impressed with their effort in making something creative with just 2 people on a big space, as we've talked about before. So we have a quick little break. We see Boss Athletics behind the scenes taking a look at their instant replay. And that's the other thing that I'm so impressed by, Holly. For those at home who don't know, the amount of organization that goes into laying out these days to ensure that everybody is having their time on the mat, but then, of course, getting time in front of that screen, it's really important. I guess we're on to the next already. Things move quickly here. Premier Academy Bonneville Clarissa, U12 Indie Routine. Clarissa from Premier Academy in Bonneville, Alberta.
Another great routine from Premier.
I had to giggle. She was dancing off stage, but hey, the exit's just as important as the entrance, right? Everything is part of your performance, and she was go from the get-go.
She was really good at showing a lot of control. Some of these forward, right into a backwards, and kind of changing directions. It takes a lot of technique and a lot of strength to make sure you don't kind of keep over-rotating when you're trying to go back the other way, and she did a great job.
And throwing in jumps, of course, that's another component of those individual routines. We're already moving on to the next tier. Centennial Chargers, Senior Jazz. This will be our first jazz routine of the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic.
Almost had me fooled. Told me that I was nothing without you. Oh, but after everything you've done, I can thank you for how strong I have become. 'Cause you brought the flames and you put me through hell. I had to learn how to fight for myself, and we both know all the truth I could tell. I'll just say this is, I wish you farewell. I hope you're somewhere praying, praying. I hope your soul is changing, changing. I hope you find your peace, falling on your knees, praying. You brought the flames and you put me through hell. I had to learn how to fight for myself.
beautiful jazz piece from the Centennial Chargers senior jazz team. And something that is so moving about those pieces is, of course, that you have to pay attention to the lyrics of the song and feel them, and certainly felt them from this team.
Yeah, it was an absolutely stunning routine from them, and they totally embodied the feeling. And that's what a good dance routine should be, is it should make you feel something, and those girls technically as well, just absolutely phenomenal.
You could feel that shift in energy in the building, and that's something to say because it's been high energy from cheerleading routines to that jazz component, but really great technical aspects too. Of course, they'll be judged on their turning sequences. Pointed toes count in every single dance routine, maybe not so much for the hip hop, but everything else, pointed toes is huge, and so they're going to be judged on all of that. But what a beautiful, I'm going to go back to that visual when you get to see the stage just filled, but of course making use of that and being intentional with that movement.
Yes, definitely. It was great to watch. Made me feel.
Yes, oh my goodness, I didn't expect that. Getting in our feels here. Well, for the first time, it's the hometown Warman Ultimate Cheerleading. It's their Dior team, under 8 pom. And they are getting set here. I know that they were here early. They were here when we were setting up today, so they're really fired up too.
I'm gonna soak up the sun. I'm gonna soak up the sun. I'm gonna tell everyone to rise it up. I'm gonna soak up the sun. I'm looking on sunshine. I'm looking on sunshine. I'm looking on sunshine. And don't it feel good? Oh, right now. And don't it feel good? Oh, right now, yeah. Whenever we want the kids, whenever we come through, we already won. And no one's standing in the sun. No one's standing in the sun. Nothing comes close to the Golden Coast. California girls are undeniable. Fine, fresh, fierce, we got it on lock. West Coast represent, now put your hands up. Oh,
She gon' make you move to Miami. She gon' make you move. She gon' make you move to Miami. She gon' make you move. She gon' make you move to Miami. Oh yeah. She gon' make you move to Miami. They said this day wouldn't come. We refuse to run. We've only just begun. You'll find us chasing the sun. You'll find us chasing the sun. You'll find us chasing the sun. It's fading. We're gonna play the cards and it's going again. And now it feels so amazing. Can see you coming and we'll never go again. You'll find us chasing the sun.
What a blast of summer, Holly. I love it. The theme was sunshine. It was in the music. It was in their smiles. They were just a ball of fun. There we have another look at them working those pom-poms, smiling up a storm. Love to see it. Great use of the space, and again, from Warman, the first time we've seen Warman Ultimate Cheerleading at the Warman Cheer Classic this year. We'll see plenty more, of course, Holly. I do believe Holly's mic is having a little bit of issue. She's here. She's still present. Ready to go. So I'll just keep chatting for now. Hey, we are live. We are broadcasting throughout a great 3-day event. I'm Daniela Ponticelli, by the way. Holly Warniak is as well with me. And we are getting set. We are through 14 performances so far, routines. And this is a quick look at what's next. Premier Academy Bonnieville ×2, and then Aiden Bowman Collegiate, who opened things with their hip-hop squad. They will be back with their senior jazz. So that's ahead in 3, but right now, from Bonnieville, it's Maya, U12 Indie Level 2 routine. dramatic finish. That's how it goes. Maya from Premier Academy Bonnyville.
She has a lot of great power in her level 2 skills. That's what you want to see at those kind of foundational level 1, level 2, is that they've got a lot of control, because that's just going to build up into those higher levels of tumbling, and she definitely has a lot of power.
People always think if you just cram a whole bunch of stuff in there, that's better. No, working on those fundamentals, and of course you're forced to do that at level 2, as Holly just said. I mean, it shows, right? And you can see where she's put in the effort and the work, and that, as I said, that very dramatic finish. Again, painting a picture for the judges, leaving them with that is so impressive, and that's the whole point of it.
Yeah, you want to leave off on something where someone remembers kind of your routine instead of it just being kind of lost in the shuffle, and so having those little fun things in there is definitely good.
And we're getting ready, another Premier Academy group, a U16 duo, level 3 this time, Dylan and Kaylin.
So yeah, the first time we'll see level 3, so we'll start seeing some backtacks in some of this tumbling.
Okay. They were all energy from the get-go, Holly. Dylan and Kaylin, under 16 duo, level 3, as you said. We saw right out the gate those difficult components of their routine.
Yeah, so those backtacks that we saw in there, they had amazing height on them, and the idea with duos is that you want to look copied and pasted, and I think they did a phenomenal job of being super in time with each other.
And I had to write great height on those jumps. So if they're having a listen back, I hope they take that. Look at that synchronicity. I mean, that is exactly what you want to see. What a great effort. Again, these duos only get one shot. They don't get the repeat performance, try to average out their scorecards. They got to lay it all out. Up next, Aiden Bowman Collegiate bears their senior jazz team.
It's so nice to see kind of more different programs coming out of these collegiate teams.
What are you looking at?
Love, love, love that routine.
It was fun. It totally captured the essence of Madonna, even just the costumes that they're wearing. But from that moment right there, Holly, I was all in, hooked. The energy and the technique. There were so many tough turns and jumps in this sequence that they scattered throughout, which is also to be noted. Not just at the beginning, they layered them through. And look at the height. Oh, marvelous. So that was the Aidan Bowman Collegiate Senior Jazz Team. Again, a program that has been running for a long time, and you can see the fruits of that labor and building that program just shine on stage. Absolutely beautiful.
It is a little tricky with a lot of the schools that will have teams and dance programs that they have to build out, because you basically get 4 years with your dancers, and then they're graduated.
And then they graduate, and then you can sometimes start completely fresh again, depending on who stays and who goes. So it's great to see that level of really great dancing and technique maintained. Bravo Dance Company out of Martinsville. It's Midnight, You Ate Palm.
Oh, goodness.
Sticking to the theme of their name this time. If you couldn't tell by their wonderful themed routine, that's the Midnight Team from Bravo Dance Company out of Martinsville. Love it. Under 8 Palm. And it started with that sweet moment, laying down and then popping up with all that energy, Holly.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun stuff in this routine, and they had a lot of really technical palm moves as far as throwing and catching and kind of throwing and catching your partner's palms. They had a lot of stuff going on in this routine.
And if you don't know, of course, if you don't catch that palm, that could be a deduction, right? It all is judged. That is part of the technique, and you also have to know where your palms are at all time. You can't be stepping on them or doing anything like that. So yes, all of those little touches are actually great ways to add difficulty. And again, creativity, love to see it. Great performance from Bravo. Up next, Premier Academy Bonnieville. Another individual routine under 12, it's Abby. Level 2.
Raise the roof. Every time, every place, let me know when we can go. Every time, every place, let me know when we can go.
individual routine from Abby, under 12, level 2. Out of Bonnyville, Alberta. Great to see Abby really shine, showcase her skills. And again, it's that cleanness, right? It's that really crisp commitment, and you see it here on this tumbling pass.
Yeah, she has great technique on her skills there. Those straight legs and those back handsprings, those pointed toes and those walkovers. She did a really great job of this routine.
And you gotta sell it, and that's what she did too. One thing I've always been partial to is I love the big hair bows. Not everyone does, but I'm a big fan. And you gotta work it when you have it. So that's what Abby did there. And here we have a look, Midnight Team. They have a chance to review their performance. They'll be doing that again, so the palm routines will get that repeat compete, if you will.
Yeah.
I'm going to be saying that a lot, but they'll get a chance to redo their routine tomorrow and get another set of scores that will average out over the weekend. Up next, Northern Cheerleading All-Stars. We've seen a number of their teams already out of Fort McMurray, but this is Gabby, U18 Indy, level 3. That is Gabby stepping out, U18 Indy, level 3. We've only seen 2 level 3 performances so far, but I love that energy right out of the hop, literally out of the hop, but really great variety of skills in a lot of ways.
Yes, definitely, and I loved her attitude throughout. Anytime you could see her face, you could see she was kind of giving different kinds of facials to the judges to try and sell her routine.
And we will be heading right into the next routine. Tommy Douglas Collegiate, their junior pom squad. By the way, we are through 20 routines here at Warman Cheer Classic. Those numbers are just going to stack on top of one another. We're going to get nearly to 80 by the end of tonight, and then a full day tomorrow. Love to see it. So this is, once again, the Tommy Douglas Collegiate out of Saskatoon, their junior pom team.
Are you ready, Boots? Start walking.
Groovy, baby.
I love the energy and the theme that they came up with. They committed it, obviously, in the costuming, but also just in the music and the attitude, embodying all of that, yeah, baby vibe. Great routine from Tommy Douglas Collegiate, Holly.
Yes, Tommy Douglas always comes out with great themes, and it's just so awesome to see year over year them be able to fill out senior teams as well as junior teams. And I had a lot of fun watching this.
And I also think just the simple, well, we're seeing it in action here, the different palm colors. It does add a little bit of extra, what's the word I'm looking for? A little bit of extra you can play with. Okay, we're going to make sure that this arm is up in the air and that's all you see. It can create some visual diversity that you don't otherwise get. And you have to be very precise, because if one person steps out and their palm color is not in the right hand,
Yeah.
I may have lost sleep. Yeah, I may have lost sleep as a palm coach a few times, thinking, what did I just do? I've added a whole other layer now to think about. And speaking of palm, we have another great palm routine, this one out of Prince Albert Dance Company, their U8 Palm Squad.
Mr. Worldwide, let's celebrate. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I just wanna celebrate. I just wanna celebrate. Tonight we making history. I just wanna celebrate. Been around the world, same song. Work hard, play hard all night long. All the kids and ass get jealous over me. You can see me 3D overseas. If you don't mean, then you know where to find me. Open up a house with a band behind me. Now live it up, live it up, live it up. Baby, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. And we go. So we like to play. And we go. What you wanna do?
That's the Prince Albert Dance Company, their U8 Palm Squad. Again, you gotta love the smiles and the energy that we've seen from the start. I promise I'll find another word for energy. Vibrancy, facials, all of that. We got that from this little squad.
They were so much fun to watch. All of them just had giant smiles on their face.
And again, they must have heard what I was saying about the multicolored pom-poms. There's no hiding when you have that as well, by the way, because if you put the wrong arm up in the air or out to the side, you will notice, and they were dialed in and connected. You can see some of the coaches in the front. That is allowed at certain levels, and it's just great to see. There you go. There's those smiles. Having fun on the big stage. It's also serious business, everyone.
At the end of the day, that's what you want to see your athletes or your dancers doing, is just having a good time.
We are getting set now for the next group, but first, a little look at that same Palm Squad, just hanging out in the back, getting a they are actually grabbing sticks of sugar, by the way. I don't know who thought that up, but, you know, a little boost to take them home and get ready for the next day.
Give that to them before they head out.
Yes.
Instead of after they get sent home.
I'm sure the parents love it, but hey, that's what it's there for. They're having a chance to enjoy a treat and, of course, look back at their performance. Infinity Athletics, first time we're seeing them at the competition. Out of Moose Jaw, this is an individual routine. U12 from Paisley. A great routine from Paisley. Level 2 from Infinity Athletics out of Moose Jaw. And you know what? I'll say it right now. Great recovery. That's what it's about. She came out so strong. Look at these fantastic tumbling passes. Great legs together. Really dialed in with her technique. Nice pike jump. And sure, a little bit of that stumbling backwards, but who cares? She's back at it. Crushed that routine.
That's the thing, is sometimes that'll happen, and all the judges are looking for is that it doesn't show on your face after that happens, is that you kind of pick up and get back into it, and don't let it show on your face that you've like, oh, oops, I've had a little bit of a bobble or a little bit of a fall. And she did a really good job of making sure she got right back into it.
And of course, as cheerleaders, things like that will stick with you perhaps just after the routine, but honestly, I remember there'd be times I'd go home and already kind of forget maybe what happened, right? It is so much fun and there's so much adrenaline, and we'll see another great Infinity Athletics athlete, Nelly. This is a level 3 routine. That's why we're seeing more advanced tumbling with Nelly.
That was a very powerful routine from Nelly.
Fantastic word, Holly. Powerful. From the start, there's the big entry moment, and then just some incredible skills pulled right off the hop, but then consistently throughout.
Showing massive control too. A punch front, so those front flips there, those are really hard to come out of control, and she showed that she was able to control that, stop, and move into the next thing, and that's really tricky. Sometimes people will over-rotate, and then you kind of have to slow down a little bit.
And we'll touch on this a little later. We'll get ready for the next Centennial Chargers routine, this one from their junior pond squad. a supercharged superhero routine from the Centennial Chargers. Junior Pom Squad, again, came out strong with intention. Love to see that the choreography, the uniforms, the overall look, everything fit, Holly.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to have to try and explain your theme, and we got this one right out of the gate.
And it was so fun. I love the music choices too. Haven't given enough credit to that today. We've actually had a great diversity of songs as well. Holly and I were talking about that. Everyone in the cheer world knows sometimes you get that one song that's just the song of the year and it's in everyone's routine, but we're just seeing such a great just medley of choices there on the music, but really great facials as we're seeing, and again, crisp motions. I'm always here for the strong motions.
Yeah, no, they were really, really in time and very sharp. You don't want it to look kind of too fluid in certain movements that they're doing. Some things are meant to be really sharp and some things are meant to be really flowy, and they did a really good job of just being able to bam, 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 and you could see it was all with intention.
Even that ending, right? Just a nice clean finish, and lots to be proud of there from the Centennial Chargers. A quick little look at what's ahead. We have Bravo Dance Company, and then Toxic Elite Cheerleading. Aiden Bowman Collegiate is back. So much happening here. I also, Holly, realized I made a bit of a miscount in my numbered list, so I do believe we have 80 routines, 80 routines tonight, let alone tomorrow, which again, tomorrow starts bright and early. 9 a.m. Central Time, wherever you're joining us from. So up next, Bravo Dance Company Royal. It's their U12 pom team. Lots of pom routines today.
I'm already super excited based off of these costumes.
They're so bright. Again, Holly and I back at the building. We can see the sparkle. It delivered on the disco. You love to see it. Bravo Dance Company out of Martinsville. That's their Royal U12 pom team. And I gotta say, Holly, I personally have witnessed a first, that pom catch, where they caught the pom that they tossed in the air with the same hand they already had a pom in.
Yes, no,
Come
that was
on,
very impressive.
Maybe we'll get a little repeat of that. I think it's right there, yes. Very impressive. I love that. I always want to be wowed and be able to see something for the first time, too, is always nice. Really great ripple from front to back. That is such a tough thing to nail, and they did that.
There was a lot of fun moments in this routine. Right here, a nice little lift. Beautifully executed.
And again, something you don't traditionally see in a pom routine, so it's nice change up, but also you have to commit and execute, and that's exactly what this group did. Lots of fun, some disco on a Friday night. We have gone all over, back in time to the 60s, and now, of course, to the disco era. What's next?
Yeah, a little bit of everything.
see.
That's the one good thing about picking music is sometimes there is that one song, like we were saying before, you'll hear it over and over and over again. Dipping into the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, you kind of spice it up a little bit, and you know not everyone else is going to have exactly the same kind of music as you, so.
I would be remiss to say, of course, 90s hip-hop also factored in a little earlier. I believe we're going to take our first quick break of the night and give a thanks to our sponsors. And we are back, the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. We're picking up with Toxic Elite cheerleading out of Medicine Hat. It's Callie. Well, that's one way to cut off the music, Holly, with a big snap at the end. That's Callie. It was a U16 India routine level 3. And she came out strong. I mean, one thing I'd love to see more, and this is so tough, this is across the board, is just those eyes up, right? But Callie knows her skills, very technically proficient, and there she's doing her jump sequence.
Yeah, no, she had really good technique on these level 2 skills.
And what is the, quick notes, what is the difference between a level 2 and a level 3?
So in level 3, you're going to see a lot of those back tucks, those forward tucks. They're allowed to attach a few more things out of their back handsprings, like they can do a jump into a back handspring versus having to stop and then complete the next skill.
And speaking of next, we already have our next routine. Again, Aiden Bowman Collegiate, who has been all over this front, I was going to say half, I would say third, fifth, maybe eighth of the competition. The Bears Junior Jazz. We saw their senior jazz a little earlier. Great reaction from the crowd here at the Warman Cheer Classic for Aiden Bowman Collegiate Bears Junior Jazz team out of Saskatoon, Holly.
Yeah, no, it's always fun to see when you have kind of multiple teams from the same school or the same club. There is a fan section up front where you get to watch your teams, so you can kind of hear them and have a little bit of your own home crowd at kind of an away event. But I love watching this routine, and I love their uniforms, their costumes.
Yes.
Like, just has so much depth to it, any angle you look at it.
Yeah, the nice gold accents. And again, great use of space. We'll say it time and time again, of course, from the large groups, but smaller groups like this too, able to spread out. I will say this, when you have the black shoe, the eye will be drawn to the feet. So you've got to execute those toes, the pointed toes, for days. That might be something that after they've watched their first takeaway, they'll come back tomorrow. And it's those little details, and those are things that easily, when you're in competition mode, suddenly that's not what's on your mind, Holly. Right?
Definitely.
You're just making sure you're executing everything else. So the skill, everything. When we mention something minor, that's exactly what it is. Of course, the judges are looking for that as well.
And the thing is, once you kind of have more people in the group that you're competing against in the level and kind of the age category, those are the little things that matter that the judges are going to be nitpicky about, because that could be the difference between first and second. So you kind of have to watch that.
All these routines have been absolutely amazing so far, and this is just the beginning. Up next, Airborne Athletics out of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. Their Hummingbirds team. It's a U12 Palm Squad. There we go.
Time can erase a feeling strong. alright. I had a premonition that we fell into a rhythm where the music won't stop for life. Glitter in the sky, glitter in my eyes, shining just the way you lie. If you're feeling like you need a little bit of company, you met me at the perfect time. You want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way is separating. Yeah, 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 yeah. You want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way is separating. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. Like butter, like criminal undercover. Hot like trouble, breaking in your heart like that. Cool, shade, summer, yeah. Open up to my mother. Hot like summer, yeah. Making you sweat like that.
The small but mighty Airborne Athletics out of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. The Hummingbirds, U12 Palm.
I love the U12 category because you'll see a lot of teams like this where there's and then all the way like tall girls, and they definitely use that to their advantage, which maybe here in the replay we'll see one of those lifts.
It's one of those things where you've got a smaller group, but you have the height difference. You almost have built-in level changes in a way that at least gives you something visually to play with, right? And they certainly did execute on that. This is an example here. And that's what you love to see, the coaches just being dedicated to that creativity, doing something to really highlight the individual skill in the group, but also come together as a team.
Yeah, no, they did a really great job of using the floor with the smaller teams. That you have to work harder at that in order to kind of like space yourself out, give different formations, different levels. And so I think that they did a really good job there of trying to make that work for such a small group.
I've been part of a POM squad that was, I believe we had 10 people, and that felt small, and I've been part of big teams too. So yeah, it's a whole different mindset and way to attack your routine, so to speak, when you get to actually building it out from the music and forward. So far, Holly, what have you enjoyed?
I've just been enjoying the wide variety of from everything from the individuals and the duos to the dance, different types of dance. It's just been so much fun to watch so far.
We've really been treated to it all. Some really great looks as well. Again, that is something that the teams are being judged on. It's not just Holly and I commenting how much we love the costumes, because we do, and the uniforms when it comes to cheerleading, but the look from head to toe, everything needs to be precise and intentional. I'll keep using that word. So we love what we see so far. We know the fans are as well. It's slowly starting to fill out here inside the Warman Home Center Communiplex. And already on to the next one. Toxic Elite Cheerleading, Kiera. U16 individual level 2 routine. We're going to see a number of U16 indies coming up.
Quick, gotta hit, you know what I'm shit.
I really felt that entire routine, Holly, was all Kiera. That was her just having a blast, giving her personality, and of course delivering some really great skills too.
Yeah, no, she was definitely playing up to the music as far as giving those kind of soundbite facials where you kind of sing along with the music, and then just right into some really great tumbling.
And up next, we're actually going to have another U16 indie routine, this time a level 3, from the same club, Toxic Elite Cheerleading. So someone, obviously, our competitors who've already competed from that club know well. It's Avery will be taking the stage next. And again, as Holly had mentioned, level 3 just allows to really ramp up your tumbling skills. But you have to showcase that, right? When you level up, you need to own that level and not just stay down at a level 2.
Yeah, you got to be confident in your skills and also be able to execute them technically.
Avery, leaving it all on the floor in her U16 Indie routine level 3. Again, from Toxic Elite Cheerleading out of Medicine Hat. We've seen a number of routines from that club already.
Yeah, you can see in here she had some really good moments. She's going to have a few moments I think she'll be a little bit disappointed in herself, but I think overall this was a really solid routine from her.
And there really was a great variety of motions, movements, and moments for facials. I love that. I love when it's obviously it needs to be built into the routine, and we really saw that from Avery.
She had a lot of really fun skills in here as well, where you don't see them very often. She had a front handspring. You don't see those very commonly at all.
Really great to see. We're moving on to the next one here. Marion Graham Collegiate, their senior pom squad. And we've got another little bit of disco flavor, this time in purple. That was so much fun. The fans all the way in the back of the building, right in front of Holly and I, were dancing up a storm. You can't help but just catch that energy and feel it.
There's been a lot of really fun dance routines tonight, and this was certainly no exception.
There were so many moments that stuck out. I loved just that simple being able to hit the music, hit that note that was built in. I mean, that is what it's all about, taking those moments to really highlight and stand out. Snap that photo for the judges. And with so much movement, you really have to take those moments to slow things down and paint that picture. They did a great job with the level changes and great use of space.
Yeah, great energy throughout. You could look at any one of them at any given time and they were just giving their all.
I like that motion there. What a great way to not only incorporate level changes, but some lateral circular movements too. All of that counts, right? All of that just makes it a richer, fuller routine. One thing I will note, Holly, is that with the larger teams, they almost have to watch out not to have anyone sort of behind the lights, and that's really tough, and that's something as well going into tomorrow when they get a chance to do their routine again and average out those scores, might be able to play with. Because there were some times when I went, oh gosh, there's some folks in the back and they're out of the light. That wasn't just that team. It's happened a number of times, even on some of the individual routines. So stepping out into the light, making sure your face is seen, so the judges, who by the way are like Holly and I, they're way in the back here, they need to be able to see all of that.
Yeah, you have to sell it all the way to the back of the crowd, which is where all of your judges are. So you got to be able to make sure you can see it.
Yeah, you got to sell it. I mean, it's wonderful that we get the nice up-close look here on the broadcast. And up next, from Yorkton, it's Gritters Cheerleading End Zone, their U12 pom team with their superhero look. That is the statement look for Gritters cheerleading. What a very impactful, packed routine from this smaller group, but boy, it had big group energy.
Yeah, Gritters are great at bringing that energy. I've had so much fun watching them year over year and just all the time. They're just so much fun that my cheeks hurt from smiling watching them.
Oh, my cheeks have been hurting from the first 15 minutes of this competition. They're going to be completely sore by the end of the weekend. It's been so much fun. So Gritters cheerleading out of Yorkton again. This was their end zone team, U12 Palm. And once again, we've talked about the level changes and what that means for folks at home. That's where you are in space vertically, and then of course horizontally, laterally, across the floor. All of that counts through from formations. But wow, this group, I love their facials have been on point. Every time the camera was on them, they were shining, and that's fantastic. Of course, you need to have that from the get-go of your routine to the end, and that's what we love to see.
Yeah, no, and they've always been really good at that. And it's year over year as their athletes kind of mature and age up into the different categories. I've always noticed that just from their itty bitties all the way to their older kids, they're always just having so much fun.
And I gotta say something about the facials, as we call it in cheerleading, is you have to practice that. And so I love to see which teams have been practicing. You know which teams have been practicing. It's when all of their athletes are out there with big smiles and great attitude. So up next, Toxic Elite Cheerleading, another U16 Indy Level 2 routine. This one from Julia.
If you wanna see these moves, then you gotta show us love.
Individual routine from Julia. I love the style, the presence that she had out there on the mat. I also really appreciated the transitions that she used between her tumbling and then getting into some dance elements too, Holly.
Yeah, no, she showed a lot of creativity as far as not just walking to here to do this skill and then moving over here and doing that skill. She had a lot of really fun transitions from dancing to jumps to her tumbling, and there wasn't too many dead spots in that routine.
Some really great jumps as well, and when you start stacking those jumps, which you typically have to do in an individual routine to score some difficulty points, it really is difficult. It's that getting that bounce, and then of course you're still tumbling too. So really great performance from Julia out of Elite Toxic Cheerleading. Rather, Toxic Elite Cheerleading. I don't want to get that wrong. Out of Medicine Hat, we've seen some really great routines from them too. And that's the other thing. I love the Warman Cheer Classic already, even though I admitted earlier that I've never physically been here before. I watched last year. It's just such a wide net, and clubs really get to showcase everyone. The team, quad groups, possibly duos, some individuals, and it really shows just how dynamic these clubs are.
Yeah, definitely. And that is the fun thing about Warman Cheer Classic, is because you kind of get to see a little bit of everything. You have obviously your team events that you're going to do, and then you have sometimes, you go into the gym a little bit extra in your own time, and you get to put together a fun little routine that you get to come out here and kind of show off and get judged on and do something for just yourself.
It is a commitment, but it's always worth it when you get to step out on the big stage. Holly and myself will be right back. Here's a message from our sponsors. That was a look at our many great sponsors for Access Now Sports, and of course the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. We're getting right back to it with the Walter Murray Collegiate Senior Pom Team. Walter Murray Collegiate, their senior pom team. Wow, from that opening look, working their way all the way to the front, and then just memorable moments scattered throughout. Holly, I was really taken by the Lady Gaga section in their routine where they melt into the floor. That'll be coming up in a bit, but just overall really great moments of synchronicity and then stand out snapshot individual moments too.
Yeah, and I loved how many different variety of jumps they had in their routine and how well executed they were as well. Like, they have beautiful lines in their jumps.
And those aerials, oh, chef's kiss. Those are things that you need to execute with the pointed toes. That was a little bit of the section I was talking about before, but when they melt into the floor, that was so nice, something different, right? And I also noted the speed changes in this routine, something that I haven't really talked about, but when you just go at one beat the whole way through in a routine, that's impressive in its own, but when you're able to slow things down, speed it up, do all of that, it adds to the difficulty as well.
No, that was...
And we're already on to the next one. Although, hello everyone at home if you're just joining us. I'm Daniela Ponticelli. This is Holly Warnyuk, and we are joining you for a great weekend and in Warman, Saskatchewan for the Warman Cheer Classic. Up next, Prince Albert Dance Company's U12 Pom. So we were getting all fired up for level 6, but as you can see, this is Aiden Bowman Collegiate Bears, their senior pom team, taking the floor, a big squat at that, everyone.
They don't make them beats like they used to, they don't make them beats. They don't make them beats like they used to, they don't make them beats. They don't get that life like they used to, they don't get that life. They don't take the night like they used to, they don't take the night like they used to. They don't snap that snap like they used to, they don't snap that snap. They don't click click clack like they used to, they don't click click clack. They don't arch that back like they used to, they don't arch that back. They don't bump that track like they used to, they don't bump that track like they used to. To the night dies, to the night dies, to the sunrise, to the sunrise. Get your whole life, get your whole life. We gon' push for that spotlight, we gon' dance till the night dies.
Collegiate Bears senior pom team coming out strong, and I really like the donut effect that they did, where they started with some really fun, energetic music from Todrick Hall and then finished it with that too. Why not? Nice little statement piece.
Yeah, super fun routine, and I love their costumes. That iridescence in there just looks so good under the lights. Gives it that little extra wow factor.
Very impressed once again. When it comes to pom, you have to hit your motions perfectly. Like, where is your T? Where is your high V? Is everybody in the same sort of 45 degree? And that's what I couldn't get enough of with this team. They were hitting everything where they needed to. There were a couple spacing moments, but again, they will get a chance to compete this routine again tomorrow, and this was a really strong start.
That is the great thing about the day one, day two, but also in this day and age where you get to go back and watch your replay instead of just looking at your day one scorecards to have the judges tell you, oh, it was this and this and this. You can actually see it with your...
Unfortunately, Holly's mic dropped there, but what you were saying is that, yes, they get a chance to really take it all in, learn, and regroup, and that's the big thing. And what a great start from Aiden Bowman Collegiate. Again, they opened tonight with their senior hip-hop. They are a really strong dance-based program, high school. And now we're going to move on to another routine from Warman Ultimate Cheerleading. Chanel, their U12 pom team, is taking the floor. The hometown Warman Elite Cheerleading. Warman Ultimate Cheerleading Chanel, their U12 pom team, taking the floor. By the way, just a quick little update where we are in the program. We have passed the halfway point for tonight, and it's always great to see the hometown Warman team take the stage. And again, great smiles. We've seen it from the start to the finish. So much fun. And some of these athletes I know have been here since earlier this afternoon. Saw them running around as we were getting set up here for the big stage.
Yeah, that's the one thing about being the home team, is you kind of have to help set up with everything. So you're here long before it starts and long after it finishes.
And how fun you get to welcome in so many teams from all over 5 provinces represented throughout the weekend here. But we're seeing really great moments from this routine. I'm a big fan of switching the palms because there is an inherent difficulty to that. When you're throwing them in the air, you have to try to not only execute the toss and the catch, you try to hit the same height. All of that really challenges palm performers to just be their best in every single moment of that routine.
Definitely, yeah. No, it gives it that extra layer of, okay, it's not just I have to go out and execute my turns and my jumps. It's, okay, don't drop the palms. Got to make sure I do that correctly.
Don't drop the palms. Make sure my toes are pointed. Smile, smile, smile. All of those things. To me, that's what makes cheerleading such a wonderful sport. There's so many different components to it, and it all requires skill and practice and all of that. So we are now going to take a quick look again at our great sponsors making this live stream all possible. Again, this is a culmination of 3 days total that we will be streaming and broadcasting through Access Now Sports, and here are our sponsors. And we are back. 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. Gritters Cheerleading, Jovi and Neva U12 Duo. Level 4. Jovi and Neva, wow, they were together from the moment that music started until the very end. What an impactful duo here.
Yeah, they definitely look like they were made to do this together because they were so in time with one another.
And I love the communication. You could see it, the nonverbal, the verbal communication. This was just terrific. Peeling out, moving away from each other, but maintaining the timing. The jumps were both at the same height. Come on.
A great variety of those level 4 skills as well.
And that's what we want to see, that energy from start to finish. I like that moment too, the cartwheel, the assisted cartwheel. Now moving on to something a little different, back to Palm. Miller Dance, their senior Palm team taking the floor. rocking senior palm routine from Miller Dance. What a great, simple idea. You have the rock and roll t-shirts to add that little bit of thematic flair. And it was a fun ride the whole way through. And again, we had some really good moments of not only synchronicity, but making sure that we're level changing and also changing the levels of the arm motions. And at the very end, some really great letter work with those palms.
It's a really fun routine as far as like just the different kind of, it brings you back to the 80s with all that classic rock in there. It's just a fun routine to rock out to.
And I love everyone who's having a good time singing out there. But there's the R-O-C-K, just to put a little statement on it. Written in palms.
Yep.
Again, I know that might be something we're seeing a little bit more of in some of these recent routines, but there's a lot of difficulty in executing those and making sure that folks at the back here can see it too.
Yeah, making sure all the way back here. Yeah, know exactly what you just felt.
We're now heading into another bomb routine. Of course, we're seeing a lot of dance here. Day one, they will then do their secondary routines tomorrow, and then there'll be a number of teams, Holly will explain it way better than I will, who will get a chance to do their first performances tomorrow. Explosion Cheer Academy Bombshells. And there it is, the hugs, the excitement when you've nailed your routine. They feel so good about it. Great overall look and consistent energy from this team, Holly.
Yes, no, definitely. Their uniforms, I just have to say, I love that color.
It's not something you see all the time. Explosion Cheer Academy is out of Lloydminster. And this is their U12 prom team, the Bombshells. I get that, explosion, bombshells, putting it together.
I love that they had a lot of partner work and a lot of really well-executed partner work. And in some of the younger teams, you don't see that as often. So it was really nice to see that they had quite a variety of it as well.
Again, give the judges something a little different to look at. Another great moment there. And that will stand out, right? That'll make the biggest impact on that scorecard. And I love the finish too. Again, nice little tableau just at the very end there, Holly. So lots of palm teams. Again, can you break down a little bit about how tomorrow will be a bit different?
Yeah, so tomorrow we won't see any of the individual, any of the duos, any of the partner or group stunts that we have yet to see tonight. Tomorrow it'll be day 2 for a lot of the dance teams, and it'll be day 1 for a lot of the cheerleading teams that will then go on to compete again on Sunday for their day 2. So we're getting to see a lot of really fun individual stuff tonight that lots of competitions actually don't have. So it is very exciting that, you know, there is a place to kind of do that. But yeah, tomorrow will be a lot more cheer from the itty bitties all the way to the adult open teams that are 18 plus in some cases. So
yeah, if you wanted examples of all the different levels, you're going to get all of that tomorrow. Some of it tonight too. I mean, we've made a little bit of a dent in tonight's lineup. There's about 80 performances this evening, 80 routines, and we're nearing actually 50 coming up on that. So it's flying by. Of course, all the routines have different times depending on whether they're a team routine, an individual routine, and so forth. Prairie Fire Cheerleading is up next. It's a group stunt, our first group stunt of the 2023 16th Annual Warman Cheer Classic.
I see some familiar faces that I'm very excited to watch this routine.
It's U16 Group Stunt, Level 4. Very nice high straight right basket.
Very nice.
Little tick-tock up to Arabesque. So clean.
Good rewind.
Again, it's all about how you collect yourself. They're staying nice and in control. Lots of difficulty in that sequence there. What a fun way to finish that group stunt from Prairie Fire Cheerleading. Now you will have noticed I said that there's the group itself in uniform, and then there's 2 spotters in the back as well.
That was actually, sorry, Warman. We're a little bit here off on the schedule here. That was Warman Ultimate.
Yes, thank you for correcting that. Warman Ultimate. Again, I really love the composure and the control. That is key when you're doing a group stunt routine.
My understanding is they've kind of last minute, just a few practices put this together, so very impressive showing.
And that shows you that this group is very comfortable with one another. They've been hitting these skills and practicing them. I mean, this little dance number, you're telling me they did that quickly? It was very well done.
Lots of fun.
I like that the spotters were clapping at the end there. That is support. So spotters, of course, are needed anytime there's stunting that takes place out on the mat. It's all for safety. Safety is number one in cheerleading. I'll never forget coaching and parents being a little bit concerned. Of course, you're doing stunts. You're doing some really athletic maneuvers, and it is really all about safety.
Yeah, that should be the first thing you focus on, is whatever you're going to put up in the air is that you are responsible for that person that you're putting there. They're putting their trust in you, so you make sure that that flyer never comes down, never touches that mat.
Were you a base?
Yes.
Yes, I was a base too, and I loved it, because to me that was the ultimate challenge, was making sure that whatever we hit, and of course keeping that flyer up in the air, and it was awesome. I always felt very strong and powerful being a base, so I love that.
I loved it as well. And that's the fun thing about cheerleading too, though, is like no matter where you get to, you can always get better. You can always create something. You can always get better and better. There's no ceiling to what you can do in cheerleading, and I love that.
Well, I mean, I remember when it was hard to like get to prep, and then all of a sudden you're like, that's way too easy. I need to start hitting some single leg stunts and more. Okay. Just wanted to check in what's next. We're going to go Bedford Road Collegiate now, senior pom team. again, if we can just keep throwing it back to all this really great routines, it's worth a little trip back in time. Really great performance here from Bedford Road Collegiate out of Saskatoon, their senior pom group. Of course, having a bit of a theme with their routine. And I really appreciated when the music sort of hollowed out a bit and slowed down, really drew everyone in, kept me entertained from start to finish.
Yeah, it definitely builds into that, okay, what's coming now?
And again, I'm all here for the simple look. Looks that pop of red draws the eye. That is a big crucial element of a pom routine, is where does your attention go? Where does your eye go? What is drawing the judges' focus?
I'm always so impressed when people can have costumes with moving parts like
Yes.
jackets.
There was another performer earlier, another athlete earlier, who was dancing in a blazer, and I thought, that is incredible. Sometimes I can hardly move in a blazer. This one's pretty, there's lots of motion here, but it's one of those things, right? When you start adding in those elements, now you're not only competing in an already difficult routine, but you're adding in all those almost uncontrollable elements too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even cheerleading uniforms, it's like, it feels kind of a little bit immovable at times, but having different layers of all the different uniforms we've even seen tonight, some of the flowy stuff into the blazers, into the jackets, it's like, good on ya. I don't know if I could.
It's just something else, right, that you have to account for and practice in, right? When you, those are the best practices though, when you finally get to be full out in your uniform and give it a go. And speaking of full out, we're now going to see a great performance here from Channel Performance U16 Pom. Channel Performance U16 Pom. Again, great use of the floor when you are a quartet. Your group of four sharing that space. And something as simple, Holly, as just making a T with your arms, suddenly you're taking up the floor.
Yes, definitely. And that's the thing too, is with smaller teams, there isn't anywhere to hide. So you gotta make sure that everyone's kind of at that same level. And I did find that there wasn't kind of anybody in this routine where they stuck out maybe for the wrong reasons. They all had a really good ability level, and this routine was really fun.
Great smiles overall. Again, we comment on that because facials, expression, attitude, all of that counts in cheerleading, pom routines, and the works. Judges are looking for it. And sometimes, I used to have some coaches who would say, Honestly, if you're giving it your all, so maybe the judges won't notice the little missed point toe here and there. Judges notice everything, I know. They're very good, but yeah, I always do say if you can sell the routine, that can really afford you a chance to just edge out another team too, right? So it's all about how good you are and, of course, where you stand in the competition against others too.
Yeah, and the judges are always going to look to make sure like you're having a good time. If you are being able to like sell that good time to the judges all the way in the back, then they're going to give you a better, because part of your scorecard is your overall impression of your routine. So if you look like you're having fun, well, that's a full check mark in that box, in my opinion.
Exactly. Gets a little closer to hitting zero when it comes to those deductions. So we are now moving on. Tommy Douglas, senior jazz team. Again, we've seen a few jazz routines. Very technical. We're looking for those turns. Really great dance movement and dance technique.
But you're not alone. You're united, unfortunate side. Speak of my love like you had experience like mine before. This is not now. You're united, unfortunate I don't think you are worthy. I need a moment to liberate.
Really powerful piece from Tommy Douglas out of Saskatoon, their senior jazz team. There's that moment right at the beginning, just brings you in as an audience member. And honestly, I was trying to look at all the different dancers, Holly, and everyone was bringing not only the technique but the emotion.
Definitely. Uninvited by Alanis Morissette is a big song, and you could get swallowed by it a little bit, but I feel like they really rose to how powerful that song is, and it just was another really great piece.
I love that you brought that up because you do need to match the music, and especially in a jazz category, as they are, jazz division I should say, they really met the moment and exceeded it in my opinion. I love the entry into that lift. Again, just another way to elevate it, not just a simple I'm standing here, lift me moment.
No,
Beautiful finish too.
it was a really great overall routine. Another one of those that makes you feel something, and it should.
Yes, and again, this is what I love about Warman Cheer Classic. I think this is what a lot of us love about it, is that you get that diversity. We've seen so many great palm routines, and you have a moment to be swept away by jazz and bring it back in, and again, just a very different feel. And another great thing is typically those routines, not always, but typically it's one song, right? You're really taking the theme of that. I do believe most of the time it's one song.
Generally, yeah.
In those categories. So up next, we are looking to get set for Gritters Cheerleading Touchdown, their U16 pom. I do think we have a little bit of a pause here, so we're going to once again thank our sponsors by giving you a little taste of who's helping us out here this weekend in Warman. Now taking the stage, Gritters Cheerleading from Yorkton, their touchdown team U16 Palm. Gritters cheerleading. Touchdown, their U16 pom.
It really speaks to the culture and the consistency of coaching when you can watch their U6 teams all the way up to their older teams, and that energy just carries on throughout each individual team.
I really appreciate that. The club has a look that they strive for that's maintained as well throughout all the different age groups. And again, making such great use of the space when you have 6 members of a pom team, and I love those aerials. Those were wonderful too, or I guess no-hand cartwheels, if you will. Protecting the poms, you have to be careful how you use them if you're going to involve some tumbling skills. And it just looks super cool. Floating pom as you're doing a great acrobatic move. Level changes, ripples. Ripples are so finicky, I always think, because it's also at the timing of the ripple. If it lasts a second too long, Holly, you almost lose interest. And again, if you're able to get it nice and succinct and tight and visually eye-catching, that's what you're striving for.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're on time. Otherwise, you don't want the judges to be like, was that meant to happen that way, or was that maybe not supposed to happen? You want to make sure you're very precise in what you're doing, and they've done that throughout all of their teams that we've seen tonight.
Yes, that was definitely a good example I was trying to call attention to. But it's those little things, right? Like why does this work for us and not for us? I remember as a coach, I tried to incorporate some sort of, I will never forget, trying to do this ripple, and I'm like, it's just not going to work because the music didn't really allow it to work, and we just couldn't quite get the right beat. So there is a lot of trial and error sometimes. I guess experienced coaches, you might say otherwise. You might say, I know exactly what's going to work. But it is a little bit of what's going to work with the athletes we have, the dancers we have, the cheerleaders we have. But what a great performance by Gritters Cheerleading. I don't want to jump too far ahead because sometimes things get a little out of order, but I am excited for whenever they happen to take the stage because I do believe they're next. But the University of Saskatchewan dance team, they will be performing their collegiate pom routine. That's exciting.
It's very exciting. They were phenomenal last year. I had so much fun watching them, so I'm excited to see them again.
Again, I love that too. I love that there's opportunities for people to stay in cheerleading. I remember when I was done my high school years, they had, this was in Manitoba, over 18 teams were suddenly becoming a thing. I don't want to date myself too much, but that really shows, right, the growth of the sport and the opportunities that exist at the university level and then beyond. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? You want to commit to something and keep growing and getting better. So very excited for the University of Saskatchewan. After that will be the Prince Albert Dance Company U16 pom. And then Bravo Dance Company out of Martinsville. Their Tiffany team is a U6 prep pom team.
So just itty bitties.
The itty bitties.
I can't wait. I love watching them. They're so adorable.
Honestly, practices are fun too. When they're that little, just trying to keep focus and control. Well, we are going to take a very quick break here as we get set up for really the last stretch here on this Friday night. Not quite the last stretch, still a ways to go, but it's been fun so far. Stay with us. This is the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic, coming to you live from the Warman Home Center Communiplex. Here's a look at our sponsors.
Saskatchewan dance team.
And we are back, the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic with the University of Saskatchewan dance team. At the college level, this is their pom squad. Wow, University of Saskatchewan Pom showing up here for the Warman Cheer Classic. Holly, you said that they wowed last year. They did it again. It's the cleanliness, the crisp lines, the execution. I could go on and on. The can-can section. Come on.
Yeah, no, another phenomenal appearance by them. I had so much fun watching them last year, and it's just great to see. I actually recognize some of the faces from last year.
That's great.
But it's so awesome to see that they have such a great program still and that they're just killing it.
Now, to me, this is quintessential Pom, right? You've got the turns, you've got the crisp lines. I said it again. I know I've been using that word quite a bit, but that's what it is. It's like when you fold a sheet of paper perfectly. That's kind of the same feeling I get watching this. Everything is so intentional, exactly where it needed to be. And again, I really hope we get another look at that little can-can section because it's so impressive just to get your kicks at the same time. Those jumps as well.
Yes. Just beautiful lines in all of their kicks and their jumps.
And that is how you do expression, facials in Pom as well. You can see that elevated level of performance at that level too. They're at the collegiate level. They've been doing this for a while, and they know when to hit really hard and in your face, and when to just be a little bit more subdued, but still, again, you still have to be a little bit larger than life to make sure you reach the back of the building. And we are already moving on to the next one, Holly. Prince Albert Dance Company, their U16 Pom team.
That is a Friday night jam.
I was just going to say, taking me to the club there, Prince Albert Dance Company, I really like their music choice as well, Holly. A little different from what we've heard throughout the competition so far. And again, what a great classic look. The black with just little gold accents and so much fun. Again, love that someone is into the cans this season with the high kicks. That is not an easy skill to deliver, even though it is a classic one. And isn't that just a sign of cheerleading competitions? The in-house PA announcer talking about just some of the items already in the lost and found. That'll happen when you're at a 3-day competition. Of course, this is night 1, started at 5 o'clock Central and heading all the way to about 9:30, and then we're back here early, Holly, for 9 a.m. start tomorrow. We will be seeing some of the same routines as we talked about before. At a tournament, a competition like this, you do get that chance to perform twice, to compete twice, the same routine, so that you can average out your scores. And the other great thing about it is these teams are able to go right back behind the very large divide and take a look at their routine immediately after performing. So you can just soak it in and go, okay, I didn't quite line up where I needed to. Spatial awareness is tough at any age, and especially when you're in a new place and working on a raised platform, not like what you're doing at home most of the time.
No, definitely. It's a total different beast going from your home gym or your home studio and coming here and then just going out on the floor and the lights kick up and you're just showtime.
You're like, oh wait, our music is starting now.
You come
so
off
great to see.
and you're almost like, oh, I blacked out. What happened?
There's another look at the Prince Albert Dance Company's routine, and that's what they're watching back. So what the one box, you can see them looking back at that routine. And again, so much to be proud of. I loved the transitions. Very impressive. Transitions are, to me, are one of the most underrated factors of routines. And yet, when a team doesn't transition well, you can see it. It sticks out.
Yeah.
Sometimes those really good transitions are the ones you don't see.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
Getting from point A to point B. Are you walking? Are you running? That's actually something else I wanted to point out in the University of Saskatchewan routine. They brought back the classic little like run hop thing, and I'm like, yes, I'm so here for that. A little bit of a throwback to the way that we used to have to get around the mat sometimes.
Yes.
All right, well, coming up, we still have a decent little list, but wow, is it ever dwindling? Again, things move quickly here. Everything is timed, has to be, making sure everyone gets the same amount of warm-up time, practice time. But up next, we're expecting Bravo Dance Company, their Tiffany team, the U6 Prep Palm Squad, and then the Alumni All-Stars, their Rain team in the open category, or rather open hip-hop team. So lots of excitement still to come. I'm Daniela Ponticelli alongside Holly Warniak. We'll be right back. Have a look at our sponsors. And taking the stage, Bravo Dance Company, Tiffany. U6 Prep, yes, the little teeny tinies, but they pack a punch, folks. It's their palm routine. They're just getting spaced out again. Very big stage, bright lights. They're ready to go. There we go, all about hitting that mark at the end. Oh, it was wonderful. U6 Palm Team from Bravo Dance Company brought a smile to my face, love to see it. Again, I was actually very impressed, Holly, and the use of the floor and spreading out and making the most of it, and it was a night, quite a large team too, quite a big group. Holly's mic just got out all good. We'll pick it up from there. But again, a really great use of the space. And they're having fun. That's what it's all about. I'm a big fan of giving the smallest cheerleaders the biggest pom-poms. I think it looks great. It's a lot of fun. And that's what we're here for. Bravo Dance Company.
It's so awesome to see with that age category that you can get that many kids out.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it can be crazy. I can imagine practices with that many kids is pretty crazy, but the coaches did a really good job of putting that routine together for them.
Yes, that's kudos. I don't think we give enough credit, of course, to the coaches who are able to make an organized routine take shape. And yes, they're offering a little bit of guidance at the front of the stage, but you can just tell that everyone's buying into it. Like every single athlete on the stage, Holly, was just having a blast. I am fully committed to it. So coming up next, we'll just take a quick peek at the next three teams in the lineup. The Alumni All-Stars, their Rain team. It's Open Hip Hop. They are next. And then Gritters Cheerleading. We've said that name a few times. Of course, the club out of Yorkton, their Motion team is also a U6 Prep Pom Squad. So the Littles are back, small but mighty. All right, we'll take a look right now. The Alumni All-Stars getting ready to take the stage. I sense a dance-off.
Honestly, how you hate from outside the club, you can't even get in. Let up. Look at me now. Look at me now.
Very nice.
Love the attitude from the get-go. And Holly, I can't get enough. I always love a little dramatic setup moment in routines. I mean, we haven't seen too many tonight in terms of a little playful theatrics at the beginning, and then they just get right into it. Some fantastic tumbling, flips, all of that good stuff, and some great moments.
Yeah, overall, a really fun routine to watch. I love the pants, honestly.
Again, they own it, right? Like, they're hitting all those leg motions. That's what our eye is being drawn to, and they're selling it so well. I'm always a fan of like a classic long sleeve look, because it also makes the lines of the arms look even better. And there's the section I wanted to call attention to. They're using blades, those open palm hands, and that is tricky in and of itself, because you have to be completely in line with everything you do. And there's that big snapshot finish. Alumni All-Stars certainly should feel good about that. Lots of familiar faces in that group who've already competed today, and you're going to see that a lot of competitions, right? You're not always only in one routine, you're in a number of them. I keep wanting to just say performances, but routines, competition.
That is one of the trickiest things about planning out an entire competition, is because you will have a lot of crossover athletes, is what they're called. And so you have to put in, hey, I've got this person that's on this team, this team. So that makes creating the schedule even more complicated. So I give props to anybody that has to put together a competition of this size with those kinds of things in mind.
Exactly. So you're getting a variety, and part of the variety also comes from the fact of the judges. You don't want to only have the same age group back to back to back, because oftentimes the same judging group, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll also be doing that. The judges, by the way, are to well, from where we're set up here, Holly and I, they are just to our right, and they are also on a bit of a raised platform so they can see eye line with the raised stage. And while we have a minute here, let's talk about that. It's the same setup as Worlds. It's got a really nice look. I'm a big fan of it. But tell me about Worlds, Holly. You went not once, but twice. Let's just share your experience with viewers.
Yeah, so I mean, it's been a while now. To me, it seems like it was just the other year, but it was 2013 and 2011 and 2015 is when I competed.
Wow.
It's super fun, and we'll get to see a lot of the Worlds teams a little bit later tonight or tomorrow. And it's in Disney World, so you get to go to Orlando, Florida. It's in the wide world of sports, where they open up the complex, the entire place, to the different, and I mean, it's a long, you think today and tomorrow and this weekend is long? Those are some long hours. And it is a lot of fun. Saskatchewan's been sending teams for a while now. For the first time ever, last year, we had a team make it to finals, which was awesome for a Saskatchewan team, and they actually won their category. We will get to, in this weekend, see the defending world champions from Rebels, which is really exciting.
Very exciting. So there's a lot to tune in for and stay hooked for. We know that a lot of folks are joining us because they have family members, loved ones, people they're cheering on from afar. Just know as well that the fans who are here in Warman today, definitely tomorrow, Sunday, they're representing you very well. They're loud. It's been a really fun atmosphere so far inside the Warman Home Center Communiplex. So lots to look forward to. Again, Holly teed it up at the very beginning of our broadcast, and we will certainly come back to it multiple times, but these bids for Worlds, how to get to Worlds and possibly get some money towards that trip, because again, all of this is only possible when you have to take a whole group down to Disney World, as you said, and you have to accommodate them, and it's an incredible experience, but certainly one that does cost a little bit of money.
It does cost quite a bit of money. So getting even just a little bit of money in your pocket towards that trip, sending everybody down there, it just helps just that little bit more.
And it's not for everyone. You have to earn that bid. You have to earn that partial paid bid if your category allows for it. But again, that's what makes the Warman Cheer Classic so special. Not only the biggest competition in Saskatchewan, this year being the biggest version of the biggest competition in Saskatchewan, but also so much at stake. We'll be right back. Let's have another look at our great sponsors for this year's event. And taking the big stage, Gritters Cheerleading out of Yorkton, Motion U6 Prep Pom Team. Great smiles to start already. What a great routine from Gritters Cheerleading U6 Prep Pom Team, which means there were some 5-year-olds in the group. In fact, we met one of them earlier who was bouncing around. Mom was a little concerned she might not have energy this late at night, but I could not get enough of the smiles, the concentration, of course, serious business there, doing their great pom routine, but really fantastic effort from this U6 team.
Yeah, no, definitely very difficult to kind of organize that age group. And these girls look like seasoned professionals on the mat.
I'm very impressed. The composure, the timing, look at that. That's fantastic. And again, this is all about the fundamentals, the building blocks, just getting young athletes used to being on a big, bright stage and still focused on the routine. Very, very fantastic show. What a wonderful performance. And again, that nice finish, I know the judges are going to remember it.
Definitely. And that's it.
There you go. I hear you again, Holly. We'll help you out.
Maybe.
There we go. Teamwork.
I was going to say, that's the thing, like on that stage, for that age group, you can't see mom and dad.
No.
The crowd is in front of them, but it's so dark with those lights coming down on you that it's like watching some of those young dancers just go out there and crush it. It's just awesome to see.
We've seen really some phenomenal routines across all ages. That's what this big competition is all about, and we're already moving on. So from under 6 to now under 18, big swing the other way. Explosion Cheer Academy out of Lloydminster. Da Bomb, their U18 Pom Squad.
Everybody line up, the show is about to start. Sean, John, Calvin Klein, Donna Karen's fashion line. Valentino, YSL, Ferragamo, and Chanel.
If you taking notes,
We about to go off, when the speakers go loud, loud, loud. Everybody turn up, it's about to go down, down, down. Make the whole room sing. Why have your attention? Better beware, ain't no tea, ain't no shade. But at the same time, chicas better get out the way. I'm a film queen, mother of the house of no shade. My body is on fire now, kiss the flame. I need to see your hands. I wanna dance, dance all night. And I wanna get my life. And I wanna get lost in your life. Turn up, I'm the wizard I pronounce you to. Let somebody just drop the whole house on you. Guess who's back? Twisted black in the back. Fine, fresh, feminine style to 11. I'm the fine, so elderly gentleman, sweating in style. Screw the boy, no doubt. Body like wow. Girl, what did that girl just say, girl? Girl, I don't dance, I work. What you gonna let them see? My nails, 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 now when the bass and the cake drop, we do it the blood of DJ play the vibe. They don't make them beats like they used to, they don't make them beats. They don't make them beats like they used to, they don't make them beats. They don't bounce that back like they used to, they don't bounce that back. They don't work that track like they used to, they don't work that track like they used to.
Wow.
Wow.
I love it. The confidence it takes to put a nice solid back tuck to finish. But even this beginning, Holly, I thought it was so nice to see that great pop-up. Yes, you're in a line. It's simple, but the execution takes it to that next level. And also those pike jumps, my goodness, the height on them.
Those are not an easy jump to get that high, so that was awesome.
It was always one of my favorite jumps because you're totally right, Holly. It really challenges you to get that vertical. There's no faking it. You can't just kind of lean a little bit more forward. Your legs are coming completely off both at the same time. But here you go, this slow little circular motion. I thought the popcorning was so sweet. What a nice touch. Again, this is a U18 pom team. We expect the precision. And we got that for the most part. There's certainly a little bit of room to tweak things for their second go-round tomorrow. It cut off right before the execution on that back tuck, but wow, it was
Throw
nice.
that at the end of a routine is just wild.
Kudos. Again, we were blown away because we didn't expect it, right? You just think, okay, they're going to go and hit their spot and be, oh yeah, we're just going to throw in a perfectly executed back tuck.
Yeah.
That takes a lot of confidence.
Surprise!
Love it. Explosion Cheer Academy, that was their Da Bomb team, U18 Pom. Coming up next, hey, it's Warman yet again. We are in Warman, of course, but Warman Community Middle School, we have not seen a routine from them yet, and it's their Storm Team Junior Intermediate. So that's who's up very next, and then Prince Albert Dance Company is back for a U18 Pom, followed by Prince Albert Collegiate Institute, their Senior Intermediate. So much to look forward to. Let's take a look now. Warman Community Middle School Storm. We have not seen a cheer routine yet, Holly. This is the first of the competition.
Yeah, and you'll see a little bit different in here versus All-Star that we'll see more of tomorrow. These guys will have a compulsory part where they actually have to do a cheer portion to their routine.
And they're choosing to start with that cheer component. Warman Community Middle School opening up the cheer portion of this competition. And as Holly had said, just heading into this, a little bit different when we're doing the schools versus the All-Stars. Decent, or very good rather, very good cheer section off the top. Again, they are being scored and judged on loudness, clarity, all of that. We're seeing some more highlights from this really great routine. There's the jump section. Of course, that's what every cheer routine requires. Stunting. Really good use of full extensions with an assist. Of course, that's to their level. That's what's allowed. And so the Storm finished strong. I always loved that style of cheer because that's what I grew up with. I did the school cheer for most of it. Did a little bit of All-Stars towards the end of my high school years, but I'm a big fan of the cheers and getting it loud and out there and challenging yourself to be as clear as possible.
Yeah, definitely. That's where I started too. So having to do those sideline cheers into your routines and then put it all together and still make it fun to watch is really difficult, but they did a really good job.
And filling a big space like this, we're going to take a look now. Prince Albert Dance Company. Prince Albert Dance Company, their U18 pom team. Love to see it again. The confidence, the commitment to opening up with such strong movements. That's how you make a statement in competition.
I was really impressed with how sharp a lot of their motions are, and I think a lot of people don't consider that, yes, in like cheerleading you're going to have arm motions and stuff like that, but you have to be so much more precise with palms, which can kind of make it look sloppy if you're not sharp and tight. So
100%.
I thought these girls did a great job of being like hit, hit, hit right on the counts, and it just looked so clean.
That was one of the hardest things when we would do tryouts for a pom team versus a cheer team is you might have the ability in cheer to do the dance sections quite nicely, but if you're not the most crisp when it comes to your arm motions, as Holly said, I mean, you nailed it. You attach a bright beacon at the very end and everyone's suddenly noticing, hey, your arm's a little bent. Things are a little not quite where they need to be. How come your V is like this and not like this? It's all of those like little things that add up, and very crisp, clean lines. All about the lines, and that kind of harkens back to dance, right? Because lines, technique, body, just making sure that you're not cutting it off is another thing that we say when we talk about the pointed toes. It looks cut off if you don't, unless it's intentional and you're purposefully doing a flexed foot, which you just don't see too much in cheer, other than stunting, of course. Not always, you're not going up in the air with pointed toes, that's for sure. We are now moving on. Prince Albert Collegiate Institute, Senior Intermediate. So the second cheer routine of the 16th Annual Warman Cheer Classic. Thank you for joining us, wherever you're joining us from. We are coming to you live from the Warman Home Center Communiplex. Very nice, clear chant. What fantastic performance from Prince Albert Collegiate Institute Senior Intermediate. I gotta say, Holly, very impressed with how clear their cheer was at the beginning. Could hear them. They filled the room nicely. That's exactly what you want to do. And really loved how they obviously did the stunts to the level that they're at and were able to have so much fun doing it.
Yes, definitely. And that's the thing is, like, this is a very small team, which is so awesome to hear that clear, concise cheer, and you can hear them. It's not meek and quiet. And then also just the creativity you have to do in order to build some of these pyramids that they were able to get with just such a small team. You'll love to see it.
Because the components are still mandatory no matter if you have a very large team or not. You need those pyramids. Those are connecting stunts. We did see that. I always love a good like shoulder sit moment because even that is something that just visually looks really great if it's executed well. I thought they did a really great job there.
Yes, they definitely did. And they were creative in not just one version of a pyramid. They kind of switched it up and gave you a couple different angles and a couple different stunts within that pyramid. So that was awesome.
And again, this is what's so great about the level systems, or in this case, just different categories. Of course, that was an intermediate level there, but it allows you to just perform at your best and keep competing and exceeding that, which is one of my favorite parts of the cheerleading and just how it's scored. I was going to do the cheerleading system, but you know what I mean. We're going to move on now. Vibe YXC out of Saskatoon, U18 Palm team taking the stage right now here in Warman. Another blast from the past and lovely work from Vibe YXC competing in U18 Palm. And it all starts with these moments, right? That execution, the high leg kicks. And Holly, before I forget, that amazing pass with the toe touches all aligning in the center. Loved it.
There's a lot of fun pieces to this whole routine. And just the attitude throughout, that's what you need in like a disco kind of routine.
Yeah, you're selling that feeling more than anything else, and such a joy to watch. And again, you know, you count the number. There's that moment I was saying. You count the number, 5 members, but they make it feel like an entire room full of people just with that presence that they're bringing. And I always love moments where you get to showcase flexibility like that and strength. Of course, those two come hand in hand, but you also continue to highlight the great work from the group as a whole.
It's another really fun routine.
Yeah. Again, we're here for, we've heard a little bit, quite a bit of ABBA tonight, and I'm very biased. I really enjoy ABBA. I really enjoy all the fun of disco, so it's been a lot of fun. We're going to keep rolling through, though, already moving on. John Paul II Crusaders, their senior intermediate cheer routine. And we've talked a bit about the elements. Now see if you can spot it in this routine. There will be a cheer, there will be stunting, pyramids, a little bit of a dance section, some jumps.
This is a really large team for them this year. That's really exciting.
Very eye-catching colors too. Memorable team. I remember seeing them at provincials last year. Very solid cheer and great use of the props as well.
Their little mascot out in the front for them.
Crusaders, it's time to do a little hunting. Let's do it. That's my reality. Crusaders, we do Crusaders. I know you wanna dance just like me. Crusaders.
What a finish, I gotta say, Holly. Wow. That explosion of energy at the end, I didn't want it to end.
That was a really impressive routine from them. I loved watching that.
And what we're seeing here, again, this is the beginning with the cheer. I was very impressed with how clear and concise. Again, sure, this is a bigger team than we just saw, larger team, but you still have to push that energy out, push that vocal energy out, and they did just that, and really great stunting. There was one or two that didn't quite stick. They'll have a chance to try again tomorrow, but they also recovered well, Holly.
They did. They really did. That's the whole idea, is to try and get back into it. If something maybe doesn't hit, try and pick up where you're at in the routine and get it right back up there. And I thought this was a really awesome showing from them this year.
I did like that little moment when the Flyers just kicked the leg out. I'm like, hey, those are the really interesting, innovative touches. And what a treat. I always enjoy seeing, I mean, I love seeing it all, but when you see the whole floor covered like that, there's like a certain joy in that. It's really nice to see. We're moving on already. We're honestly in the last little stretch here, Holly. Channel Performance, this is their U18 pom team. You've seen a few of theirs throughout the night so far in different age groups.
Jumping on a trampoline, flipping in the air. I never let it go. Darling, hold my hand. Oh, won't you hold my hand? 'Cause I don't wanna walk on my own anymore. Won't you understand? 'Cause I don't wanna walk alone. You spin my head round.
Nice sharp ending there from Channel Performance, their U18 Palm team. And yes, we have seen at least one or two of those athletes earlier today. That's what happens. Of course, they can sort of blend in between groups if the ages allow and let their talent show and make the most of their time here in Warman.
And that's the thing too, is like if you, like you said, if you fall into the age categories where you can kind of move around, and it's something that you love to do, and you want to be on multiple teams and have the memory to be able to remember all of
Yes.
those routines, then I love that.
And it's super fun. Really great performance. Again, they keep things at times a little simple, which I'm here for. If you can execute simplicity, judges are happy, you're having a good time, that's what matters. I'm a big fan of not overcomplicating unless your level demands it and your team can meet that challenge there. So really exciting work from Channel Performance. Up next, we will see Tommy Douglas Collegiate Tigers, their senior intermediate cheer team, and then Bravo Dance Company Electric, their U18 Palm team, will be back. They have been very explosive in and throughout the evening so far. Daniela Ponticelli alongside Holly Warniak, and we're having a great time keeping our energy kind of steady here. We are in for the long haul. Of course, Warman Cheer Classics, more than 2,500 athletes, and now taking the stage, Tommy Douglas Collegiate Tigers, as I mentioned, their senior intermediate cheer team. There they are, popping out on stage, getting set up. Now, use of props is a big element as well, and you have to make sure that you use them clearly with intention, and you can't step on them either.
7, 8.
One thing I love about the big stage and seeing teams perform, get those little extra touches, the smoke at the end, just adding some emphasis to this routine from the Tommy Douglas Collegiate Tigers.
I do believe these are new uniforms this year, and I am loving them. That's so nice.
Again, you got the tiger stripe in there, a little bit of sparkle. I'm very partial to sparkle. But really great jump sequences there. Stunting didn't go exactly as planned. Again, this is why they get another chance to hit some of those stunts and execute. Of course, when you do things that are one-legged, you're just adding that degree of difficulty. I love a good leapfrog moment. Again, it's those subtle nuances. I always appreciate being able to see a side view of it because it's tough sometimes to see the front view, but that's also why we have the great replays and you get another look at it.
That's the thing too, is like a lot of people, I don't know if you're watching at home, maybe understand that their season runs much shorter than an all-star season. So trying to build an entire routine while you just can only practice 1 day or 2 days a week is crazy. So I think that routine just needs a little bit more confidence from them, and I think they've got a good solid routine that they can build out there.
Great foundation, just commit and stick to it. Bravo Dance Company, now electric U18 Palm.
It's time! Presenting the champion of the world!
We shall get to fight, so you better be ready. Makes me that much stronger, makes me a little bit harder, makes me that much wiser. That makes me harder, make it a little bit faster, make it a little bit bigger, makes me that much harder, that makes me harder. If you're looking for a fight, then look no further. Hey, I'm ready for this. It's only a juicy time. Out of the doorway, the bullets rip. It's like a beat up. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Then another one gone, and another one gone. Another one bites the dust. Hey, we gotta get you too. Another one bites the dust.
So best believe we came to fight, killing the mat, oh yeah, that's right.
We are the champions, my friends, and we'll keep on fighting till the end. I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna conquer. I'm gonna make it, I'm gonna survive, keep on surviving.
You messed up when you came for me, we're fighting hard relentlessly.
I'm still breathing, I'm still breathing, I'm still breathing, I'm still breathing. I'm alive, I'm
What a great ending. What a great theme. All of it. Certainly fighting for first place here. Really wonderful routine from Bravo Dance Company. Again, the fighting theme, it's mimicked in their music. And I just love the confidence that they stepped out with.
It was such a fun routine to watch, and they were so sharp, so they just executed it so well that just added that extra layer of like, this was an already really fun routine, but then just watching them just go out there and crush it was just fun.
And having another look at these level changes, all with intention. Everyone knows exactly we're going to drop right now, and I know that that's what you practice and you drill, but for anyone who's wondering, how do I become a better cheerleader? It's by watching, right? Watching, taking in what is making other routines pop, and it's those moments of, I love that too, everyone dropping down at the exact same time, despite entering it from different places and in different ways throughout the routine. Again, really nice storytelling. That's something we haven't really touched on all that much, but because not every routine is going to tell a story like that, but when you're commit to doing a story themed, however you want to put it, routine, you have to do something like that.
No, definitely, and that's the thing is a lot of the times you'll see those palm teams come out with a theme, and it's maybe not executed as well as it could be, but that one just chef's kiss.
Really nice. I know. This is a fun thing to say. Fun. Now moving on, Tom Collegiate Trojans out of Regina, Saskatchewan, their senior intermediate cheer team. One thing I missed the last time when I was talking about the components, of course, a little bit of tumbling never hurts, and we're seeing some of that as well brought into these cheer routines. This is where The real juggling act comes into play from the coaching side too, just trying to make it all work together. And a flag banner in the back. Nice little accent piece before we head into this musical part of the routine.
We have arrived, show up for every battle. On my own, stand tall, strong, firm like the tower. No doubting that our strength will always be superior, and never backing down because we're true warriors.
When I got my heart set, I'ma get that win. Got you in my sights, there won't be a reckoning. I am your greatest opponent, and this is my moment.
Not afraid of battle, that's a warrior trait. Go to war on this stage, 'cause the beat we won't take.
Win it, that's what we about, that's what we came to do. You about to take a L, and we about to take that W.
This is my now, and I'm living in the moment. It's time to go out. I can't believe the love I see. Wings we can fly, we can be kings tonight. Wipe away the tears from our eyes. We light up the sky.
Are you ready to party or not? 'Cause if you not, then keep it moving. We came to take that W, so we don't plan on losing. Nah, that's not for us. No, we ain't really into that. Once we take it home, best believe you'll never get it back.
Yes.
Really, really strong routine from the Tom Collegiate Trojans out of Regina.
A very strong school routine. Like I said, their season is a little bit shorter, so watching them put together this routine that is so clean and crisp just is awesome.
And I love that we're revisiting this because the signs alone, making sure that they're hitting at the exact same time. And this sequence was wonderful. Timing was perfection, did the tick-tock, and then those scales, oh, here they come. We haven't seen any scales yet, so that was really nice. Your beautiful arabesque.
No, a very clean routine, lots of great creativity and getting in and out of stunts as well instead of just going straight up, coming straight back down.
And they have got to feel good about the fact that their stunts hit. They all stuck. And I certainly room to finesse a couple points for their second go-around. I mean, that's what the discussion will be tonight, but what a great way to open up their time here at Warman Cheer Classic.
Yeah, no, they've got to be proud of that. I would be hard pressed if they didn't get a "you hit zero" button on their stamp on their scorecards for today, because that was awesome.
And again, they're looking for 0 deductions, and then of course your performance delivering the rest to get those scores up nice and high. Up next, Boss Athletics. This is our first time checking out Boss Athletics this year. Of course, they're no stranger to the Warman Cheer Classic out of Regina. This is their Desire Team Open Palm.
desire.
I'm getting chills, Holly, getting chills. I mean, that is what we've come to expect from Boss Athletics,
Yes.
but to see it delivered, packaged, on time, right here at the Warman Cheer Classic, it's so much fun.
I was so excited to see your reaction at the end because I could just feel your energy of excitement next to me watching that
I'm trying to
entire
be
thing.
quiet the whole time, and I'm like, ah! But yes, I mean, where do we begin with this? It's the execution. It's the sharp. We've talked about sharp, crisp, clean. However you want to describe it, this is it in motion right here. And I'm a big fan of the fact that it's a simple, like, costume design with the nice pink pop, and it just everything hits together.
Yeah, no, that was textbook. It was just so much fun to watch, and just attitude, and like you said, the crisp and cleanliness of the whole thing.
Again, this is the open division, so you've got a lot of experience packed into this, and the experience always shines through for me in the performance. Oh my gosh, I was just drawn in by every single athlete on the stage.
I appreciated their palms, and I had to wait for a close-up of it to make sure they weren't those little fuzzy.
Yeah, they almost look like little loofahs, but in a good way. I'm
Yeah.
not critiquing. I'm a big fan of the palms. I mean, I'm a big fan of every group that's come through today, but it's always nice when you get to a little treat from the more senior, more advanced palm groups. What a fun routine from Boss Athletics. So up next, we are in the very final stretch now. We're talking about the final few here. Aiden Bowman Collegiate. Once again, the Bears, but this time it's their senior intermediate. And I'm a little partial to the green and white. Those were my high school colors. I did not go to Aiden Bowman, I'm just saying. Big fan of that nice pop of gold as well. I love the use of tumbling to accent that cheer, Holly. Again, I'm loving that these routines are ending on such a high note. I'm like, what? We're done? I want more. Give me more. But it started with this fantastic, I love the way that they use the signs here, and then they fanned out like that. And I had mentioned it off the top, Holly, that the tumbling accented it. It actually allowed them to do some just backwards passes and highlight the word Bowman. All of that was very nicely executed.
Yeah, no, they've always throughout the years been a very solid, clean, sharp team. And I just love that it's staying that way because, like, again, they're only there for 4 years and then you kind of have a new batch of kids coming through. So it's awesome to see that that program is consistent throughout all of those changes.
And I appreciate the different level changes. I like that there was a group working in full extension. Others stayed at prep, but they kept it clean, and you almost didn't even notice that there was a little bit of a height change there. But again, really, really great first routine of the competition for Aiden Bowman Collegiate. We've seen a number of their prom groups, their dance groups. They've been very entertaining all evening long, so very nice for Aiden Bowman Collegiate out of Saskatoon. We are going to head to the briefest of breaks to once again thank our sponsors, and Holly and I will step out, but we have, let me count it, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just 4 left to go to close out our Friday night. Actually, cancel our little break. We're going to head right to it. They must have heard me talk about how few were left because we're going to go right to it. Gritters Cheerleading out of Yorkton. This is their halftime team open palm. We were just, waxing poetic about the open palm team from Boss Athletics. Well, this is the open palm team from Gritters Cheerleading. Gritters Cheerleading open palm. Exiting the stage now, but what an entrance they made to get things going here. Nice little tumbling pass. So much great dance technique filling this routine. And again, when you commit to a simple look with a black foot though, the eye draws, and I gotta say, some really wonderful extension, pointed toes, really clean overall routine.
Yeah, these open palm teams, which is like 17, 18 plus, have really been showing up. And the fact that we have 3 in this category is just awesome because a lot of times once you kind of age out of whatever the category is below, life happens. It becomes a huge commitment, both money and time-wise. So it's super, super awesome to see that we have 3 teams in this division. And that they're amazing.
And yes, they're amazing. Very entertaining. Love to see it. Great use of the different levels. And again, inspiring too, because there have been some phenomenal palm routines at lower age groups, not taking anything away from that, but when you can see the level that you can aspire to, right? When you can see the open teams coming together and what's being put out there at those different levels. It's really inspiring, and everyone's learning from one another. That's what you can take away after 3 days of competition. This is, of course, night one, and we are in the final three now. Marion Graham Collegiate Falcons, senior intermediate cheer. Marion Graham Collegiate Falcons, their open intermediate cheer team. And I gotta say, I'm a big fan of those block letters that they use here in the opening. Little difference, I mean, we don't always see. There they are in action. Nice stunt sequencing as well.
Great timing. Yeah, those there. That was awesome. Up to the opposite lip and then TikTok.
Ooh, love to see a TikTok. Of course, the switching of the feet while they're up in the air, adding that degree of difficulty. There's some tumbling passes. Nice pyramid into arabesque. Those arabesques very strong. And I like that sequence too. You can't see it from that angle, but it was slightly off. It wasn't front facing, which I actually appreciated. It really showcased the liberty, the bent knee on one leg very nicely.
Yeah, that's the thing, is sometimes you gotta change where you like facing towards the judges, because it just gives it something else that you haven't seen over and over and over again. It gives you that little bit of creativity and a little bit of difference. It sticks with the judges.
Exactly, and it's something that they had already hit and stuck before, so just offering it again, of course, would not add that little something extra. So it was really nice work there by Marion Graham. Alumni All-Stars, Royals, it's their open palm team. This is third time's a charm, as Holly said, 3 teams in this category. I might be speechless for the first time, Holly. That had drama, moodiness, changed the tone in this building. All eyes focused in on Alumni All-Stars. What an incredible routine. It just delivered something so different. Unfortunately, Holly's mic is just cut out for a second there, but I'll just keep talking about how great this routine is, but really, it executed exactly where you needed to. Look at that ripple sequence there. The motions, clean. We've seen a number of these athletes tonight already. We know what they're capable of, but to see them perform and package it in this way was really something incredible.
Definitely. It was one of those things where I guess my mic just made me speechless, but this was another routine where that song, if you don't perform to like the level that that song comes at you at, you're getting outperformed by your music, and I think the energy of that entire routine was so good. And each one of these open palm teams has given us something completely different. It's just
I'm so glad I don't have to judge it because I just get to enjoy it. As Holly was saying, something different. And already, can you believe, I thought, you know, the start of the night, wow, nearly 80 performances, 80 routines, sounds like a lot. We're already here. The University of Saskatchewan getting ready to close it out with their collegiate premier co-ed cheer team. Let's do this. Well, a stunning visual to end not only the University of Saskatchewan's routine, but also Friday night here at the Warman Cheer Classic.
Yeah, no, what a way to finish it out. That was a really solid routine from them, and we haven't seen them at Warman Cheer Classic in a while, and they put on a show.
I mean, I'd say I love it, but I sound like a broken record a little bit. I've enjoyed every single routine so far, but I did love what they displayed here. Even something as simple as they were in their pyramid, the middle stunt was complete, but they didn't waste the moment. They used the two remaining stunts that were up and created another dynamic moment before popping back up into another pyramid. It's those moments that really count.
And it was such a clean routine. Like, they had the difficulty there, and they just executed it so flawlessly.
Here's another look at some of their pyramids. They had a number of them scattered throughout. The timing of these were all great. I love this moment. Again, just taking that little time, that suspension in air to really make a memorable moment. This is impressive too.
So clean.
And then finally, this moment at the very end. I love all the different level changes. Holly, I know we're done tonight. I want more. And
Well?
I think I'm going to be able to get more.
Quite a bit more.
Yes, I flipped the page and look at that, a whole spread starting tomorrow. So yes, day 2 of the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic. Again, if you're just tuning in, we're done Friday night, getting ready to tee up Saturday, and this is the biggest Warman Cheer Classic ever. More than 2,500 athletes across 5 provinces. We've already seen some great moments, and we're going to get set for some more tomorrow. So Holly, 9 a.m. I'm good if you are, right? We're going to meet at 9 a.m.
Yeah, I'll be here.
9 a.m. Central Standard Time, of course. We'll get kicked off with Aiden Bowman Collegiate again, Bears Senior Hip Hop. So some of these are routines that we got to see today because everyone gets to compete twice, unless we're talking about an individual routine or a duo. Those ones were all done today. Really great moments there. They'll be rewarded with awards soon to follow. But this is it for Holly and I. Until tomorrow, thank you so much for tuning in to the 16th annual Warman Cheer Classic here on Access Now Sports. I'm Daniela Ponticelli alongside Holly Warniak. And this has been a great production inside, coming to you live from the Warman Home Center Communiplex. We'll see you tomorrow.